Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Orange County Board of Education. It's October 9th, 2024. The time is approximately 3:16. And we will start with roll call, but I first need to make an announcement that trustees Tim Shaw and Lisa Sparks will be joining the meeting via Zoom. So there will be roll call votes for the action items this evening. Daru, will you do roll call?
Trustee Valdez?
Present.
Trustee Barkey? Here. Trustee Williams?
I am here.
Trustee Sparks?
Here.
Trustee Shaw?
He's not remote yet. He won't be. He should be here at 4.
Okay, we'll move on without Trustee Shaw. I might have a motion for the adoption of today's agenda.
So moved.
So moved, and a second by Trustee Valdez.
Second.
Any discussion? Without discussion, all those in favor, it is a roll call. Daru?
Trustee Valdez?
Yes.
Trustee Barkey?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes. There's a slightly delayed.
Yes. And Trustee Shaw?
Trustee Shaw.
Shaw's not present yet. Okay, moving on with the meeting, I have a motion for the approval of the minutes for September 4th, 2024. Motion.
So moved.
So moved, and a second by Trustee Valdez. You're a little bit more quicker this time, Trustee Valdez. Thank you very much. Any discussion? Without discussion, it is a roll call vote.
Trustee Valdez?
Yes.
Trustee Barkey?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
He's not present. Okay. And Renee, do we have any comment cards for the closed session later on today? Oh, very good. Okay, so at this moment, the board will be going into recess for our time certain. We do have interdistrict appeals, so we thank you for your patience. We will have interdistrict appeals, and then we will have a regular closed session with legal counsel, and we anticipate starting today's meeting at approximately 5 p.m. So we are officially in closed session. So now we put the game face on, we get real serious, and we get into it here. Welcome to the Orange County Board of Education, to our October 9th meeting. The time is now about 5:20. The board has already adopted the agenda and has accepted the minutes. We did have our time certain and our closed session. So now we're coming upon the part of our meeting where we have traditions. One is a invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Trustee George Valdez. And I have the pleasure of once again introducing Mr. Nelson Cook, who is the head and president of Coaches of Influence. Mr. Cook, thank you for coming.
Thank you. I thought I'd hurry up here because Dennis told me I only had 5 minutes. So watch it now. I haven't started.
I thought it was 3.
I do want to thank you, board. Thank you, Superintendent, Mr. President, Mrs. Vice President, and the rest of the board, and you people in Washington or wherever you are. I do want to say the importance of encouragement, though, in our society today. I was with a former pro football coach this past Saturday, and he was telling me that at one point he had such a poor team that they could not score at all. He said, we didn't have a line, we didn't have running backs, we didn't have the people that could get us into the end zone. And he said, so what we decided was we would provide encouragement this way. What they did was they lined up right on the 1-yard line, and they would run the ball into the end zone. And the entire team would just cheer and encourage one another and build up one another. And he said he learned something from that. Because after that, the encouragement that they provided to one another, the positive things, really caused them to begin to play as a team. And so I just want to encourage you with that. And one last thing real quick. This is about building character, and this will be good. You will really enjoy this. In the northeastern United States, codfish are a big commercial business. Note the following facts. There is a market for eastern cod all over, especially in sections farthest removed from the northeast coastline. But the public demand posed a problem to the shippers. At first, they froze the cod, then shipped them elsewhere, but the freeze took away much of the flavor, so they experimented with shipping them alive in tanks of seawater, but that proved even worse. Not only was it more expensive, the cod still lost its flavor, and in addition became soft and mushy. The texture was seriously affected. Finally, some creative person, possibly a person on the board here, solved the problem in a most innovative manner. The codfish were placed in the tank of water along with their natural enemy, the catfish. From the time the cod left the East Coast until it arrived at the westernmost destination, those ornery catfish chased the cod all over the tank. And you guessed it, when the cod arrived at the market, they were as fresh as when they were first caught. There was no loss of flavor, no texture was affected. If anything, it was better than before. Each one of us is in a tank of particular and inescapable circumstances. It is painful enough to stay in the tank, but in addition to our situation, there are God-given appointed catfish to bring sufficient tension that keeps us alive, alert, fresh, and growing. It's all part of God's project to shape our character so that we will be more like his son. Understand why the catfish are in your tank. Understand they are part of God's method of producing character in your life and mine. Father, I thank you in the name of Jesus for leadership. I thank you for these men and women that are serving you, and that they are not here by accident. They are not here by vote or any other method. They are here because you have appointed them to be in the position they are, so that they can serve the public in a better way. Lord, I ask that you would give them wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and discernment. They will walk in a manner pleasing to you in every respect. Thank you for the people that are here to enjoy our night together and to encourage one another and to share concerns with one another. Thank you, Father, for the privilege of being here with these great men and women. May you get the glory. In Jesus' name I ask. Amen.
Thank you, Coach Cook. Appreciate that. And at this time, we have the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will be led by the good trustee, George Valdez. You may stand if you would like.
Please stand and with your hand over your heart, face the flag of the United States. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very good. Continuing on with the meeting, Renee, do we have any introductions?
We have none tonight.
Very good. Public comments, do we have any cards?
We have 3.
Very good.
So our first one will be Heidi with Cindy on deck, followed by Judy. Heidi?
Wow, 3 of us.
Yes.
All right, well, I'm going to talk I'm going to talk way longer then. Just kidding.
You only get 3 minutes. I'm sorry, Heidi.
Joke. Okay. All right, so good evening, esteemed board members that I see every single month. I'm Heidi Landgraf, and on behalf of my charter school, Suncoast Prep Academy, we wholeheartedly support the approval of the New Springs countywide charter, recognizing the positive impact their diverse programs have with students and families. We're excited to witness how their commitment to personalized learning and community engagement will continue to benefit our shared mission of fostering educational success. Thank you, Springs Charter. We are so grateful for your continued support for our charter school, and I'm proud to report that our school continues to grow and transform. We have recently hired more teachers, our SPED department has grown, and we are capped at 1,200 students, with a wait list for the next school year. My colleagues offer families a vast array of synchronous learning and classes online, from pre-K content to science classes for high school and middle school students. Our high school students are thriving while they pursue their career paths at a young age. Even more exciting is the fact that over 30 of our high school students are already getting their feet wet in college courses across 9 community colleges and the counties we serve. We've worked triple hard to ensure that our courses remain homeschool friendly while maintaining the academic rigor required. This balance is something that sets us apart. We now have enrollment in 601 year-long A through G courses, an incredible testament to our devotion to keeping homeschooling at the center of all we do. As a team, we're creating a program that not only meets rigorous standards, but also keeps our students' homeschool adventures at the forefront to ensure every student can surf their own wave of success with the flexibility and joy that homeschooling brings. Our school also offers opportunities for community engagement through our many field trips, and teachers like myself offer in-person classes, teaching entrepreneur skills, the art of filmmaking. We're currently filming an adapted screenplay of Peter Pan, and host nature-based science classes exploring and hiking throughout Southern California. Because of charters like ours, we are taking part in growing the economy. Many of our vendors and entrepreneurs who love teaching children start businesses and develop learning centers that offer amazing and enriching experiences during the public school day. I'm going to close with a quote from Aristotle, one of my parents shared with me. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. And that is truly what we live by at Suncoast. We are all our heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Next is Cindy, followed by Judy.
Hi, my name is Cindy Borkeman. Before I start this, I would like to say that the investigation that I am demanding has nothing to do with Dr. Bean. Dr. Bean is a wonderful person. When all these problems happened, he was not in office. I just want to start that. I demand an investigation for the violation of the IRS requirements for employees versus independent contractors, resulting in the misclassification of duties performed by Frederick Navarro and the Casca Group. Circumvention of the CalSTRS post-retirement annual earnings limit of $75,733 by paying Frederick Navarro, a CalSTRS retired annuitant, over $500,000 from 2023 to 24, disguised as an independent contractor through the Casca Group. Number 3, violation of the EEO OCDE policies pertaining to equal opportunity, hiring and compensation practice, and the employment of OCDE staff, violation of public policy, mismanagement and misuse of public funds in a variety of compensation and staffing schemes to give preferential treatment and favoritism to associates of Fred Navarro, Elma Harris, Ramon Miramontes, and Renee Hedricks without benefit to students served. Also, I'd like to have an investigation on Mita Cloak, who has been repeatedly reported by special education employees who have contacted me for harassment, dishonesty, and discrimination. This has resulted in employees going on stress leave and working with the teachers union. Under Miramonte's leadership, Cloak was allowed to treat employees unfairly, and this needs to be investigated. Also, Elma Harris and Ramon Miramonte circumvented the California contractor law by hiring the Costco Group to employ Fred Navarro as an employee performing duties, as an independent contractor. In December 2023, Renee Hendricks signed a purchase order requisition for the Costco Group for $134,000 under the direction of Maharis. Superintendent Fred Navarro is a crony of Elma Harris and a former superintendent of Newport Mesa School District. He was employed by the Costco Group. In January 2023, June 2023, for a total of $134,000. Deputy Superintendent to take over the duties of Elma Harris, who went on sick leave. Renee Hendricks submitted another purchase order for $152,000 in July 2023 to June 2024 for services for the Costco Group. Again, she amended it in September 9th for $227,000. He submitted monthly timesheets showing that he was meeting with principals and he was like a regular employee. So I just want to have an investigation on that. I just want to let you know that there's a lot of reporters investigating this, and this is outlandish. It's outrageous.
Thank you, Cindy. Next is Judy.
Hi, I'm here to talk about anti-Semitism in the AP World History curriculum. The textbook is Ways of the World, and it is broadly used throughout Orange County for the AP World History course. It's really quite shocking how the authors have been able to inject an anti-Jewish and anti-Israel message into the textbook. Although the majority of statements are factually correct, the choice of language, the omissions of significant information, and the lack of context all converge to paint an overall picture which is inaccurate and fosters misinformation and hate. In some cases, there are glaring inaccuracies, such as the attached map, which is from page 535 in the book, which labels Israel after World War I as Palestine and refers to it as a newly created state. It's just conversations in the book about Judaism are as follows. It says, this idea of a single supreme deity or divine presence, the sole source of all life, was a radical cultural innovation, for it created the possibility of universal religion open to all of humankind, but it could also mean an exclusive and intolerant faith. The earliest of these traditions was Judaism. In another section, it says, over time, this God evolved into a lofty, transcendent deity, etc., transformed from a god of war who ordered his people to utterly destroy the original inhabitants of the Promised Land to a god of social justice and compassion. The idea that Judaism teaches that God evolved and was transformed is not only completely inaccurate, but it's highly offensive. There's a common theme in this book. It paints Jews in an unflattering light. It suggests that Israel stole Palestine from the Arabs, Israel is an aggressor and a colonizer, and that Jews don't have a legitimate claim to the land of Israel. Do we wonder why our students are going to college and claiming free Palestine, thinking that Zionists are usurpers, and shouting for Jews to go back to Poland? This kind of education throughout Orange County is a disservice to our students, to our community, and to our society. I'll be reaching out to you to ask for further conversations on how to address this issue, and I hope that you'll respond to my email. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
Okay, and that's it as far as public comments. Anything else? Thank you, Judy. Moving on with the meeting, we do have a time certain agenda item number 4. And what this is, we're going to ask Dr. Martin Eaton to come up as the board and the good superintendent are looking at risk assessment for depression and suicidality in our kids in the Access program. So, Dr. Eaton, if you could elaborate upon that, why we're here, and just give the board how your program is going to assist in parental notification and knowledge about this screening.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Williams. I appreciate the opportunity, Dr. Bean. Thank you, board members. Thank you for the opportunity. So yes, I'm here basically as a follow-up from the opportunity that I had a chance to speak a few months ago with regards to the screening opportunity for the Access students from the community schools. Specifically, at this time, there are proposing that the Harbor Learning Center South and North, as well as the Argosy, those are the locations of approximately 262 students that they would like to screen. Though Access has over 1,500 students, at this time they're focusing on those students because those are the everyday students, and there are students that come that are more of a part of an independent program, which is about 1,200 of those that they may choose to screen if they decide to. Specifically in regards to the parents, what we try to do is to be very parental centric. So we give parents an opportunity in as many different ways possible to engage in the process to specifically know what's going to be happening during the screening. So we email parents, we explain what the screening is, we provide a link to parents that specifically give them an opportunity to take the screen themselves so that they can see what exactly the questions are. Then we also have a meeting before the screening where we have like a parents' night where we again discuss all of the information about the screening. We remind them that if their student is able to be identified as in crisis, that the parents are contacted immediately. The parents are also given the opportunity to make sure that once the information is understood and confirmed, that the parents then have the choice about what to do with that information and what the appropriate next steps with whatever persons that would be involved in the process. And then post-screening, there's an opportunity also for the parents to be informed about the aggregate knowledge of what we learned, remind them about the opportunity to have follow-up resources that are available for them. So what we're doing in this situation is we're giving parents many different opportunities to understand the assessment, to take the assessment, to know the resources around the assessment, and then it's up to the board to decide on whether there would be an active or passive consent. And what we've had from our experience, when we did it a few years ago with the Access department, we did an active consent, as you can kind of see from this diagram here, that in having the active consent, we found that only approximately 49 students were actually able to take the assessment because only 49 students have active consent. And therefore, out of the 49, we identified 9 students in crisis. In contrast, when we use passive consent, not only do we get majority of students to register, but between 60 and 75, 80% of the students who are registered with passive consent will actually complete the screening. So that gives us an opportunity to identify a lot more students and of course be able to follow through appropriately. So one of the things that we're asking the board to consider is whether you use an active consent or a passive consent. And when we've used passive consent, our numbers are significantly higher. Not only do we provide the opportunity for the information for the students to be able to take it, but again, afterwards, we have resources that we've been able to engage with at no cost to the students or families to really provide like wraparound services for their students. So if a student doesn't have to be in crisis, but they need assistance, these are nonprofit organizations here that we've listed that have already agreed that they would be interested in providing these resources. So it's important for us that parents are in charge, Parents know that there are resources available. Parents know that there's an opportunity to take the assessment and to hopefully use it as an opportunity to engage in this important topic with their children. And then what we have done is created a system so there's a lot of efficiency and a lot of transparency to make sure that parents are in charge of the situation. And then finally, with regards to the funding, a few years ago, we were able to have a grant that was able to pay for the funding for this. At this time, we are still pending to see if there's any funds that would be available to see if we can provide this at no cost. But if not, that would be then up to the board in regards to that.
Very good. So for my colleagues on the board, this conversation came up with Dr. Bean. He wanted to get the board consensus on this, as he wanted to go ahead and screen our children and our kids in our programs who are at high risk and who may have active, ongoing psychological, mental health related issues. So Dr. Bean and myself said, well, let's present this. And so we've just presented it. And for me, as I have shared with you, Martin, but not you, Stefan, one of the big contentions that we've had as parents is data collection by government entities. It could be any government entity, and the individual whose data is being collected has no idea that it's being collected. So it's important that we identify and we define this as not a data collection, but a program wherein these kids can have access to mental health related therapy, counseling, when such need is identified in these kids. So this is not a data collection. This is not something that data is going to be collected and it's never given back.
It would be not a part of their CUME file, would be outside of that, so there would be no data that would be accessible for someone else in the future. Right.
This is strictly a program for the schools that would be administered by our good superintendent. So to lead into the discussion, I have no problems with the passive consent. It looks like if you look at the data, if you extrapolate it, we're going to get more kids participating. We're going to be able to identify more kids who are at risk and have mental health related issues. And therefore, if we can save a few lives and make a difference in quite a few lives, that would be a good goal.
It's part of our calling.
Part of our calling. So I'll just pass it on to my colleagues to give their thoughts. But this is by the way, this is not a formal vote. It's not an action item. It's just something we're helping direct to Dr. Bean so he can take the ball from here.
So I would say, looking at the data, it would definitely make sense to go passive. It was 300 versus 49, like 6 times.
Correct.
So that would be my thoughts, that doing the passive would be much more effective and helpful for our students at risk. So those are my thoughts. Simple.
I'm okay with a passive screening like this, because I think when you did your presentation, you told me that the first person that you are going to call if you see a student at risk is their parent.
That's correct. That's the standard. Okay. Yeah, and we feel like it's so important that we are trying to really equip parents and students to have that vital conversation. That's why in our ideal situation, if parents can fill out the screener for themselves, then that also gives them an opportunity. This is not about themselves, but about their student. So it's the same screener, just from a third person. So the actual questions that the students would get are the same opportunity for the parents to get. And if they fill out the screener, they get that information directly. So it's one more opportunity to have that important conversation.
So for me, you checked off the box of prioritizing, a parent's involvement. So I'm okay with that, Dr. Bean.
Okay. Lisa Sparks.
Yes, they were just speaking German to me, so I had to get through that. Yeah, I think this is a fantastic. I really like the approach. I think it's much needed, and I echo what Mary and George said. So, gosh, the fact that parents are involved from the very beginning, at the outset, is really, really important. So, thank you for your great work on this.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a privilege.
Tim.
Well, thank you. Whenever we hear about a tragedy where people say, gosh, we didn't know or something, and I just thrilled that we're making a great effort to identify those who are in need. So thank you, Dr. Williams and Dr. Bean, Dr. Eaton, for your leadership on this.
Thank you. And I hope if there's an opportunity, I know we're focusing on those 262 students, but there's another 1,200 students that are independent students that don't come on an ongoing basis. Because there's the ability to do things online, we hope in the future there's an opportunity to reach out to those students too, because sometimes the students who are the most disconnected are also the ones who have the most challenging mental health issues that are going on. So that sense of belonging, which is a really important part of someone's mental health makeup, that for those students who are not as connected, if there's an opportunity to reach out to them, we just feel like we would probably identify a significant more amount of students. But we're very thankful for the opportunity to work with the students that have been identified, with the hopes of maybe working with more.
I have two questions, one directed to you and the last one will be to Dr. Bean. Very interesting that you're asking the parents to take the assessment. Are the questions asked about the parents themselves or about what they think their kids are doing?
The kids. So even though there could be information that parents wanted to literally take it on themselves, that would be a screener that they could actually identify, and that's available. But specifically, we are encouraging parents to do the screener about their children, because when the screener is complete, it's an opportunity for the parents to get the information directly back from what they just screened. When the students complete the screening, that information could be confidential to the student, or there could be an opportunity with appropriate access to see what the student responded. But what we find out is students want to guard that information because it's a screener about themselves. So when there's an opportunity for parents to do the screening about their child, now they have the same access, but now that information is coming directly to them. And that really facilitates conversation.
I think that's very interesting too, because you may have a parent that'll say, oh, my kid's fine, there's no problems, yet now the kid identifies in a way that red flags go up. You probably see that.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you, have you ever seen it in reverse, where the parent says, I think my kid has A, B, and C, and he exhibits all these certain social behaviors, and then the kid comes back, I don't have any problems.
Yeah.
Do you ever see that?
I think we see both. And I think what you often see, interesting enough, is we see more from the students revealing information that the parents didn't know what was going on. About 95% of the students are in crisis. Parents are shocked because these are students who sometimes can kind of keep it together to a degree, and they can put up some type of a social front so that it looks like they're okay. But actually on the inside, there's significant concerns and depression going on. So we really feel like this is an opportunity, like a call for help. The same idea when someone drowns, it's kind of like you drowned without a sound. Well, what we're really trying to do in this screening is to give every child, every student a voice. And that's what it really does. It gives them a voice by giving them a chance to screen, and then it gives a parent an opportunity to hear this voice with a trusted individual that can assist them in those next steps.
Okay. And of course, you're going to be working with Dr. Bean and our staff on
Yes,
this.
we look forward to that opportunity.
Dr. Bean, question for you for the funding part of it. As Dr. Eaton observed and stated, there is no current funding. I assume then that we'll be taking the funds from one of our access categories and object codes in our budget.
Yeah, we're going to need to do a little bit of analysis. I need to sit down with Dr. Eaton to see what the cost is. Originally, we thought that this would be paid for, and I heard you say that there's still that potential.
Yes, we're still looking for funding if possible. That's always our goal, as we were able to do a couple years ago successfully. So it's still pending, but we're going to continue to look for opportunities.
So I'll sit down with our financial staff, and we'll make sure that there's money somewhere.
I don't speak for my board, but I am fully behind and support this program, and whatever it takes, make it go. I'm sure we can squeeze out a few pennies from our budget. We have quite a bit in our reserve funds that would allow such important screening for our community. Okay, any other questions or comments on this subject? Barring none, thank you, Dr. Eaton, for being here and for being a part of this. Hopefully you got your marching orders.
Yes,
and
thank you.
The consensus, Dr. Bean. I think you saw some positive comments that were made by our board this evening. Moving on to item number 5. This is a resolution, and it's to commemorate and celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence and the birth of the United States. On a personal note, I want to share a little bit about Joe Allen. Joe Allen is a dear friend and someone who inspired me way back in the 90s to enter public policy when I was very concerned and thinking about running for Congress. And lo and behold, an opportunity runs for the Orange County Board of Education, and she encouraged me to do such. But Joe Allen has her doctorate, and she's a very, very educated, incredible person, just a wonderful human being. Her doctorate thesis was actually on, correct me if I'm wrong, on the Declaration of Independence. And when you get up there, maybe you can elaborate upon that. But you're very versed and know this probably better than anybody else in this room. So with that, we're going to have a presentation, and we're going to have pictures for the board members who are present. Mary?
Yes, okay.
I'll give it to you.
I'll just a quick comment before we present to you is the mission statement of, let's see, it is, sorry, our resolution 22-24 regarding USA 250-OC, which is what we're commemorating tonight. The mission statement is to engage the citizens and residents of Orange County in commemorating and celebrating the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence and the birth of the United States. And so with that, which will be happening in 2026, so we're doing this way ahead of time, so it's all organized, and she has unbelievable nonpartisan support. She delivered to all of us this document, which shows that we have, I believe, all members, or 4 of the 5 members of the Board of Supervisors. We have the honorary chairman as Donald Wagner. We have Honorable Doug Chafee as his honorary co-chair, as well as the Honorable Katrina Foley and Honorable Vincente Samiento. So it's nice that you have such support for this effort from bipartisan support. So we're real excited to honor you tonight on the resolution. If anybody wants to read the resolution, it is a beautifully written resolution by Joe Allen. You can access it on the agenda under section 5. So it's, I would encourage you to read it, and I think we'll go ahead and, sorry.
Hold on, take a seat.
Sorry. I thought I was.
You're just too excited.
All right.
Okay. So this is a formal action item.
Yes, it is.
So we need a motion.
Sorry. I am going to make a motion to adopt. Sorry, I did get too excited about the presentation. I'm going to make a motion to adopt Resolution 22-24 regarding USA 250-OC.
I second.
Thank you.
Very good. So we have a motion and a second. Discourse, conversation out there? Lisa, Tim?
Fully support.
I'm just sorry I can't be there to say hi to my dear friend Joe Allen. It's been a long time, but one of the first people I also got to know years ago when I was kind of a young college student getting involved.
Very good. This couldn't have come about without our good superintendent being a part of this process here. So we need to give recognition. If I can I read the first couple of paragraphs?
Absolutely. Yes, I did mention it is a joint resolution between the board and the superintendent, which I think is new. I think that's breaking some new ground here, working together.
Yeah. And so allow me just to read the first couple of paragraphs, because these are the words that are so ingrained in my heart and soul, and I hope that every one of my fellow Americans has this as part of their ethos and how they think. Whereas the founding of the United States was marked by the Declaration of Independence in 1776, based on the self-evident truths that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, including the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Whereas the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, when they were approved by we the people, to establish a new government in order to form a more perfect union. And I think those first 2 paragraphs really sums up what this country is all about. And we vote next election in a few weeks. Don't forget that. But with that, we have a motion and a second. Any further comments before we actually go for the vote? Bearing none, Daru, it is a roll call.
Trustee Valdez?
Yes.
Trustee Barkey?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Yes, it is appropriate to clap. So with that, I'm going to ask our board members who are here, and Joe Allen, if you could come up to the front along with Dr. Bean, since this is a joint resolution, and we're going to give this certificate to you for your great work that you've done in this county.
Thank the board very much for doing this. This is a very important initiative. And something happens every 50 years in this country, beginning in 1776. Every 50 years, we have this celebration where we recognize what our founders did. And so this is only the 5th time in 250 years that our nation has done this. And we've deliberately crafted a program to culminate on July 4th of 2026, not to begin, because with the interest coming up with the 250th birthday of our country, this is a time when it's on people's mind. Normally, if you talk about things such as civic literacy, it just kind of goes in one ear and out the other. But in a time of, kind of patriotism and rethinking, it's a good time to bring these issues up. The theme of our project, which is USA 250-OC, is very simple. It's America is the perfect idea. The United States of America is a work in progress. Because what they gave to us is so fundamental. It was something new in the world. They called it an experiment. They didn't know if it would last, but it has, and it's been a model for the rest of the world. But because we're people, we're still not perfect. And so hopefully over time we've gotten better. There's the Declaration, then the Constitution, and then thought, well, what about our rights? So they added the Bill of Rights. That still didn't solve some issues. So after the Civil War, there were other amendments added to abolish slavery and extend citizenship. These are things that we have to teach because it's not ingrained in us. It's not in our DNA. We have to learn them. And we are focusing on 3 things. One is civic literacy, because if any of you know about the surveys on the street, people don't know about our government. They don't know who the vice president is. They don't know who the chief justice of the Supreme Court is. Only 1/3 of the Americans can identify the 3 branches of government. That's a problem. If you don't understand your government, how can you effectively participate? The second issue is civility. Do I need to say any more? I mean, just look at our nation. Families and churches are breaking up over disagreements on politics. Look at our national leaders and how they talk about each other. We need to respect each other. So civility is our second pillar of this. And then the third one is civic engagement. And civic engagement doesn't mean a lot unless you do have some knowledge and you do have respect for your fellow citizens. And that's why this is so important, that it's nonpartisan, it's non-sectarian, it's all about the people who are citizens in this country and then those who live here who may not be citizens. And we're also, and I'll finish with this, we're bringing together both what happened in Philadelphia in 1776 and what was happening in California in 1776. Because if you look around Orange County, there are a lot of people that had no ancestors in Philadelphia in 1776. The Chinese, the Japanese, the Koreans, the Persians. So where do they fit in? Well, why did so many of those people come to the United States in the first place? Because of the freedoms and the opportunities that our founders gave us 250 years ago. So we will incorporate not only the principles of the Declaration, the Constitution, and all that happened then, but we want to incorporate what happened in California. And by the way, in 1776, California was a colony of Spain. That didn't work out too well. But also, Mission San Juan Capistrano was founded in November of 1776. So we want to bring together all of the elements of who Orange County is and the diversity we have, but focus on the principles that our founders gave us. And it's a county-wide program. There is no state commission yet. We hope there will be. We're only one of 3 states that hasn't created a commission. There's a national commission, but we're doing our thing in Orange County, and we want to be the catalyst. We don't want to be doing everything. We want people in the arts, education, civic organizations, local government, civic organizations. We want the people to be doing things, and that's what our project is, to get others engaged and own it in the normal course of their work. So what this represents is not about me, and it wasn't the Declaration. I did my dissertation on the Constitution, but it's close enough. But this is really about our community, working as a community to learn about each other and from each other, as well as about and from our history. So thank you for endorsing what we're doing, and we'll be in touch with Dr. Bean and with Dennis as we go forward, because our young people, private schools, public schools, charter schools, home schools, they all need to be engaged in this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joellen. Moving on with our agenda, item number 6 is a presentation by the superintendent, and it's an overview of the arts and music program in our Access and Connections program. Just a little side note, I'm looking forward to this. You know, I tell everybody who comes to my office as patients, because I have a lot of historical Smithsonian type of steel engravings. And they say, where did you get all your interest in art? Where'd you get that from? And I say, well, there's, you know, being a science background, I took a lot of science to get in medical school, but I say the most important courses in my life that made me a much better person was my woodshop course at Tewinkle Junior High School in 7th grade, and my senior year how to cook course, and at UC Irvine, it's my arts, liberal arts on art appreciation. So those are the 3 courses that made the most impact upon me as a human being. So arts and music, it is very, very important. And thank you for leading this, along with Dennis. Thank you for heading this up here.
So thank you. Thank you, President Dr. Williams, and board trustees, for the opportunity to share with you some of the work that we're doing in the areas of arts and music throughout or across Access. So at our last meeting, Trustee Valdez asked the question, and I appreciated the question because it's a great opportunity for us. So not only do I have a presentation, some visuals, but I also have an opportunity to bring along a student that's going to tell a story. So I'm going to let him tell the story, and then I'll offer you some visuals.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Angel Abonce, and I am here to share with you my journey in the Access program. I am a student in Mr. Kostick's class here at the Magnolia site in Garden Grove. I joined Access at 17, transferring with 0 credits from my home district due to some circumstances. However, I was not going to let this change my perspective about school. Therefore, I promised myself to fulfill all of Access requirements to graduate because I want to get my high school diploma. As a result, I've participated in extracurriculars like hip-hop classes and summer STEM projects with the tutors. This has helped me to have some resemblance to a traditional high school experience. In particular, the hip hop classes stood out to me when I started back in April. I was a shy person, but I still driven to give my dance classes a try. It was socially hard to give 100% of my effort because I'm not sure if my classmates were going to give the honest effort as well. Sooner rather than later, I started enjoying attending these classes. Thus, this experience motivated me to apply and attend Summer at the Center. This program has significantly boosted my confidence and helped me branch out. While at Summer at the Center, I collaborated with Access students and professional dancers, learning a dance routine that we performed for family and friends. During my time there, I met someone who truly inspired me to engage more deeply in the program. They were friendly yet shy, just like me, and we quickly connect over our shared reasons for joining. Our mutual support encouraged me to step out of my comfort zone and fully embrace the experience. The way I will always remember Summer at the Center is a group of individuals with vast backgrounds that have grown into meaningful friendships. Coming back to class, I was happy to know that hip-hop classes would resume, and I was eager to sign up again. Okay, sorry. I am proud of myself for completing a 6-week cycle of hip-hop classes. Additionally, I completed an Explorer Academy in July with the Orange County Sheriff's Department, and I am currently in the hiring process of becoming a correctional service assistant. This academy implanted me discipline, responsibility, and self-confidence in me. During my time at the academy, I've learned the value of hard work and teamwork and the essential skills needed in law enforcement. I am proud to say that I'm on track to graduate this spring from Axis with my high school diploma. Axis has truly impacted my life in many ways. I want to give a thank you to Miss Ruth Ramirez for giving me the opportunity to speak here to you guys today. Thank you everyone for your time.
So a little hard to follow, I think, to say the least. So Angel, we just can't thank you enough. Really appreciate. Perfect segue for us to give you and offer you a visual of the arts and music across Access. I do need to say, well, I do fashion myself to be creative and maybe just a little bit artistic. This is the work of one of our teachers who is in fact an artist and is very creative, Julie Bauer Ochoa. So she needs all the credit, one of our many outstanding teachers that we have in Access. So one of the programs that we have across all of our sites is Art for Healing, Art and Creativity for Healing, with the mission to support emotional healing through art and creative expression. So you'll see the next few slides offers you an opportunity to get a feeling for the kinds of experiences that our students have during this time. So this is a student at Otto Fisher. This is a student from our Mary's Academy. She had the opportunity to express herself through painting. This is one of our student participants from Santiago Creek. And you will also notice that there's no student names here because it's designed to be anonymous. It's designed for them to be able to express themselves independent without any attachment to, but again, as you can see, beautiful work and beautiful opportunity for our students. This is a student participant at Harbor Learning Center North. So again, enjoying the step-by-step process, enjoying the great experiences that they have. So it gives you an opportunity to see at a number of our sites the experience that our students have. And I especially love this picture because again, it gives you the anonymous approach to our students, very, very proud. And what's interesting, when I travel around from site to site, we'll see stacks and stacks of these, their work, right? And it's wonderful to see it, wonderful opportunities for them. So that's just one of our programs. So you heard Angel reference our Summer at the Center, and as you know, we've spoken of that at a number of the board meetings. Wonderful opportunity for us to partner with the Segerstrom Center for the Arts. And the other piece with that is that in addition to Summer at the Center, which is obviously a culminating activity, it's a big 2 weeks, very exciting, their work with professional artists, but it also has the opportunity, as he referenced, the hip hop, right? So we have the addition. So we've got other, they're sponsoring us through other types of opportunities for our students, not just the 2-week piece, which is really exciting, and they've been a wonderful partner to Access. So I think some of you had a chance to see this before, but this is one of the culminating activities for the Summer at the Center, very exciting. Which also, if you see the t-shirts, we also had, this year we had a contest and allowed our students to enter the contest for designing the t-shirts, and then we actually created those t-shirts in our CTE lab, our Spider lab, so that's exciting to see them together. So the next picture is also very exciting, where the Cass and Promise is part of the Segerstrom outreach, which also, in addition to participating in the activities, our students actually got to go to their very first play, active play there at the Segerstrom Center, and had a chance to have a picture with Dr. Bean at the event. So wonderful opportunity, students that have not ever had an opportunity to see a live play. So we have drama. This is our Pacific Coast High School program. They have an ongoing program of both arts and drama. This is just a picture of the activities the students go through. Then we have our ongoing art courses that are offered to students throughout their student day. Art 1, Art 2. So you see just I think, wonderful, I think you can all agree, amazing art for our students to have an opportunity to participate. And I think so many times, again, Trustee Valdez, thank you for giving us this opportunity, because it's a really nice way for us to also showcase what our students can do. Don't get as many opportunities to do that as we would like. So here's some continued artwork. Another really nice connection is between our Connections program, and the S kind of dropped off there, but it was an opportunity for our Connection students and our Access students to work together, both in our Ag and Natural Resources program, to create some centerpieces for an event that we had. So it gave us an opportunity to, again, blend CTE and art, which is, couldn't get any better, and blending our programs as well. Some more art that you see. We also, through the Tobacco Use Prevention Education Program, there was an art contest that our students had an opportunity to participate in. And the winners were displayed at one of our sites and had an opportunity for staff to enjoy them, parents, family, other students, et cetera, to enjoy that. So again, just more opportunities for the winners were displayed at our Argosy site. Oasis Art is another program similar to the Arts for Healing, where it gives our students an opportunity. In this case, or in this example, you see they were working on a mural, a large size mural, which was really exciting for our students. And here you see the finished product. On board, by the way, it's not on it's not attached to anything. So it's, you see kind of the starting pieces there, all the way to the finished product on the left. So one of the things that I know at our last meeting, when I discussed arts and music, the discretional grant, we talked about how we're using those funds. So the digital media arts pieces are what we can capitalize on in the Spider Labs. So here's just, for example, following the Summer at the Center, these were some of the entries into the t-shirt contest that our students had entered. These are actually our Connection students that entered these. And so it was wonderful because our Spider Lab was able to utilize the digital media arts in order to produce those stickers that, that's actually my personal water bottle. So you can see that I have it on my water bottle. It's kind of nice. And then, of course, again, blending the CTE piece, culinary art, and I think you can see that. There's lots of things that are absolutely very artistic, so it's an opportunity for us to introduce the CTE pieces as it relates to culinary and art. So thank you for your support. Again, thank you for asking the question. It's a nice opportunity. Are there any other questions or
To my board?
comments?
George, Mary?
Thank
Tim?
you for your presentation. Very exciting.
Yeah, I was, happy to ask the question. I love to hear what, the more details of what we do in the Access program. It all came up because I didn't understand a budget item. And then I said, I asked you to do this. So thank you very much for coming down here. And well, I know you're here anyway, but thank you.
But not with
very
Angel.
much.
Angel came too, so.
Just a question for that young man. Did I hear him say that he was 17 years old, came to Access with 0 credits, and he's about to graduate, and he's moving towards a job as a correctional officer? Did I hear that right?
Do you want to come up and answer?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations to you, son, and I think that's just a testament to what we do here at the Orange County Department of Ed. That's pretty awesome. That is really awesome.
Lisa, Tim, any comments?
He said thumbs up. He said
Thumbs up, okay. Angel, I just have a couple things to say. I'm so damn proud of you. The fact that you're wearing that uniform, you know what that means? That means you stand out above anybody else in your age group. You're taking on the risk of identifying yourself as a law enforcement officer. That's one of the highest goals and occupations I think one can have. Being a sheriff reserve, when I put my green pickle suit on, I just feel so much better as a human being, because you know why? You're serving people, and that's what you're doing, huh? So you're putting on something that represents a lot of pride, took a lot of cultural impediments and roadblocks, and you put that on, and you went to the Sheriff's Department, you went to the Explorer Academy, and you know what? That's the next step that got you to where you are in a vocation of correctional services there at the jail. The next step is now you do that in a few years, you get a few life experiences, maybe get married, finish college, then you become a sheriff deputy, okay?
Yes.
That's your goal, that's your role, and when you get that far, I want you to come back and I want you to share your life with us again, because your life is absolutely inspirational. What you did, coming from no units, and now getting ready to go on to a vocation and occupation that brings safety to our public, that is really awesome. And thank you, Annalee, for doing this.
Yeah,
and
Ruth, that's a big deal.
Thank you to
That is a big deal.
principal.
Yeah, Ruth, principal, thank you so much. Are you mom? Are you mom? Okay, you must be so proud of your son and your brother. Get up here and just give your son a hug. We want to see this. This is absolutely awesome. Coach Cook, I saw your happy big smile when he was sharing this story. Isn't that just wonderful?
And when he gets married, he can give his future wife that book on interpreting dreams.
Congratulations, Mommy. You raised your son right. Great job. Angel, you make us proud. You're going to get me to crying pretty soon. Better stop. You could go ahead and say something, Mom.
Yes,
You
please.
say something. Yeah.
Honestly, it took a tragedy for us to get here. And I just want to say to my son that I am very proud of him, because I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of him for what he's doing. He's very persistent. He is getting himself through this, and I know that the program helped him and encouraged him to get out of that shell, because I don't want to get into details, but that tragedy that happened could have taken a whole bad road, and he's deciding
to take it to a positive way and doing something very encouraging and inspiring to other people, not only for his life, but for his little brothers, and hopefully to youngsters to know that they have a decision to make a positive impact. So for him, I know it may not be easy. Sometimes, he gets tired, but he keeps pulling through. So that's something to acknowledge.
Can I make a suggestion, Dr. Williams? So the public may not realize this, but every month we do a consent calendar, which we did today, where we are signing and authorizing high school diplomas. Why don't we not do Angels on the consent calendar and have them come down and do it in person?
Absolutely. Is that okay with you, Angel? We're going to put you on the podium again. Because in 20, 30 years, when we're old farts, you're going to be the leader in the Orange County Sheriff's Department, maybe the sheriff here in Orange County. Okay?
And we'll say, we knew you when.
Good job, Mommy.
Thank you.
Good job, Annalou. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
So that was completely unrehearsed, completely unexpected, but it was certainly very moving. Again, thank you for that presentation. Thank you for that silly question that you asked during the budget about this. It turned out to be a real good thing, George. Okay, moving on with the meeting agenda. We have items number 7 and 8 under consent calendar. May I have a motion for that consent calendar?
So moved.
A motion and a second by...
I second.
Trustee Valdez. Yes, thank you. Any observations, questions? Barring none, it is a roll call?
Yes. Trustee Valdez?
Yes.
Trustee Barkey?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Very good. Item passes 5-0. Moving on with our agenda item number 9, charter submissions. Renee, do we have any charter submissions? No. Very good. Okay. We're going on to number 10. This is where the Orange Charter Springs folk can stand up and show us your stuff. You're going to be strutting ahead of us here. We're going to ask Teresa Johnson, who's administrator of our charter schools unit, to lead us in this part of the meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Good evening, President Williams, trustees, and Superintendent Bean. Today, the board will hold a public hearing to grant or deny the Orange Springs Charter School countywide charter petition submitted on July 11, 2024. Orange Springs Charter School proposes operating a classroom-based TK through high school program for an initial 5-year term beginning July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2030. The charter school has notified 6 districts of its intent to open facilities: Anaheim Elementary, Anaheim Union High School, Buena Park Elementary, La Habra, Saddleback Valley Unified, and Santa Ana Unified. The board held a public hearing on September 4th to consider the level of support for this charter petition. The petition has been reviewed according to the California Education Code as legally required, and you have been provided with the staff report that summarizes findings from the review and offers recommendations for consideration by this board. Based on information gathered throughout the review process, including a clarification meeting held with petitioners on September 5th, staff recommend approval of the Orange Springs Charter School countywide charter petition. I would like to point out to the board that while reviewing the petition, staff had concerns centered around some of the measurable pupil outcomes and goals related to the 8 state priorities listed in the petition. Our concerns were that when collectively comparing some of the school's goals and measurable pupil outcomes in Orange County, those outcomes were lower than the county as a whole. If the countywide charter is approved, as part of our standard oversight, we will closely monitor interventions and academic supports provided by the school to ensure the success of all students. That said, Dr. Kathleen Hermsmeyer is an experienced charter operator and we appreciate the responsiveness of her and her team and are continue to be encouraged by the strong working relationship between the school and our office. Before board discussion, Orange Springs Charter School representatives have equal time and opportunity, or 10 minutes, whichever is longer, to present evidence and testimony responsive to the staff report and findings published on September 24th. I now call Dr. Hermsmeyer to the podium.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. We had some fantastic meetings with the staff, and they're a delight to work with, as always. We've had a long relationship with Orange County Department of Ed, and we are very optimistic and hopeful about that continued positive relationship. So we don't have a presentation today, but we were very happy with the staff's report, but I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Teresa?
The hearing is now open for public comments. Trustee Barkey, please call for the first speaker.
I don't have any speakers. This is 13.
Okay.
This concludes the public hearing. The board has 3 options for action regarding the countywide charter school petition. Option 1 is to approve the charter petition. Option 2 is to approve the charter petition with conditions. The action would result in approval of the charter and require execution of an agreement to address any concerns identified by the board. Option 3 is to deny the charter petition. President Williams, I close the hearing and turn the meeting to you.
Very good. And for my good friend, Mr. Cook, we talked about this last meeting at quite some length. So there is a reason or purpose. It was intentional that it would be short because we've already asked our questions and had a very thorough review last meeting. So, you know, I love you. We pick on one another, don't we?
Yes.
Okay. So at this. Oh boy, do I need that. Okay, moving on here. It is now to the board to ask the questions. If they have any questions, we did have an opportunity last week, but we always have that opportunity. Lisa, Tim, do you have any questions for Orange Springs Charter?
I have no questions. I'm really impressed with the work that they've done and the packet that they put together, and yeah, I'm happy to support.
Very good.
Dr. Williams, we did receive a letter from a law firm, I guess it's representing the Newport Mesa Unified School District. So since we got this letter since we had our meeting last month, so I wanted to just perhaps get an answer to some of the things that they are saying. If we could ask the school about this. So. One thing that was raised in this letter is a lack of factual support. I don't know, may I ask, did you have a chance to see this letter?
No.
To the applicant?
We're going to ask Mr. Rowland to come up and help to frame the question there, Tim. I anticipated this, so I asked Greg to get prepared. So,
members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, we did receive a letter from an attorney representing Newport Mesa Unified. We get these letters as a matter of course, actually, and they raised concerns about not being notified that the charter was being established, but they weren't seeking to establish the charter in Newport Unified. So there's that. And they raised issues, which they do as a matter of course, on the findings that are consistent with the Education Code section related to countywide benefit charters, and the findings are made. The findings are in the board's resolution. So that would address that. Did I miss anything?
No.
Okay. Tim, does that help you out there?
Yeah, I just didn't want to, have received this letter and not address these things. Their final statement was in their letter that the Newport Mesa School District seeks confirmation that Orange Springs will not operate within the district's boundaries. I assume Newport Mesa's boundaries. So if it's countywide, I suppose they'd be able to, but would you like to speak to that?
I mean, in this petition, we do list the 3 locations we'll have, and none of them are in Newport district boundaries. So we would have to come back to this body for a material revision if we wanted to open there. We don't have any plans to.
Ditto. That's exactly what I was going to say.
And Tim, you made the remark that they didn't think there was really good, sound reason to approve this charter. And of course, that's in significant disagreement to our own charter school staff and their findings. Okay, so to my dear colleagues, I need a motion for option 1, 2, or 3. Option 1 is to approve the charter petition as is. May I have a motion?
I will make a motion to approve the charter as is, and I just wanted to make a comment also that I'm thrilled that you will be spreading your great school choice and programs throughout the county. I couldn't be happier and more excited to make the motion tonight to approve you as.
Very good.
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion, questions? Barring none, we'll have a vote. This is roll call. Daru?
Trustee Valdez?
Yes.
Trustee Barkey?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Congratulations. The motion passes 5-0. You have your charter school. Congratulations. We look forward to many good things from you all. We're going to give about 2-minute break because we go on with our board business, and we'll give you time to skedaddle if you want, or you can stay.
Bye.
May I get your
Do I have any?
Like
Thank you.
I don't have.
You don't have one?
I have yours. I'll send you an email.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll do that for you.
Don't forget.
No, never you, sir.
I'll send you the book if you forget.
My wife will probably say, yeah, he needs that. Okay, very good. Thank you all for being a part of the public discourse here. We're going to be moving on with our agenda to staff recommendations. Item number 12, I have a motion to approve the cost of living increase, the superintendent's salary.
I will make the motion to approve.
I second.
In a second. Okay, discussion. Renee, we sort of talked about this in our executive committee. This is just standard cost of living approval. Could you just elaborate that this is just standard procedure?
It's standard. So this is the same salary increase that the rest of the management team received. And so in the resolution, when Dr. Beam was appointed and what you approved, I think a year ago, possibly before the election, was that we would bring it back to the board each time. So it wasn't automatic like it was in the prior. Okay. And so this is that automatic. And so this is the same increase as Dr. Ben has received.
Very good.
Okay, great.
Very good. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Barring none, it is a roll call vote. Daru?
Trustee Valdez?
Yes.
Trustee Barkey?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Very good. Moving on to item number 13, I do see that we do have a public comment.
Lynn?
Okay.
Riddle?
I'm Lynn Riddle, and I'm addressing item number 13, the authorization of board travel for lobbying. I asked the board to provide us with some background and rationale as to why it's essential to spend public funds, money intended to educate access students, to send 2 board members to DC to lobby, and explicitly to explain to us what they will be lobbying for. Recall that this board ended up paying some $25,000 to send Trustee Sparks and your then General Counsel to D.C. between April the 23rd to the 27th, 2023, to lobby our OC Congress members. Then, as I recall, in later board discussions, you explained after the fact that those public funds were spent to lobby to obtain some $1 million in federal grant funds to benefit one pre-selected charter school. Yet, as best I recall, at no time before approving that $25,000 expenditure did this board ever agendize or publicly discuss, let alone publicly propose and public approve a plan and budget for this kind of an effort. Neither have you ever informed the public how and when you decided that such a federal grant would benefit charter schools or even a single charter school. How, among all the important student needs in Orange County, did you seemingly and secretly decide to use public funds to benefit one group of kids over another? In addition, you have never shared with the public why you deem it necessary to lobby our OC Congress members in Washington, D.C. when they all have offices right here in Orange County. I respectfully implore you to publicly propose, disclose, and agendize such a plan before you proceed any further. Who knows? If we, the public, are included, we may just all praise your brilliant and support your brilliant effort on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay. May I have I'll make the motion for item number 13. May I have a second?
I second.
Very good. Any discussion? Okay. Barring none. Roll call vote, Daru?
Trustee Valdez?
Yes.
Trustee Barkey?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Very good. Item passes 5-0. Moving on to action item number 14. This is a press release on SB 907. And just as a little bit of background information, SB 907 was a measure that was put forward by State Senators Josh Newman and David Min, and it was designed to have an effect upon the Orange County Board of Education. And I think the resolution speaks to a lot of the truth. It is very consistent with our opposition, our resolution that was passed this year in February 2004, and all the reasons why we opposed that bill. And that was led by our then good President Tim Shaw. So that is the background. The most important part of this is that when the bill got to the desk of the governor, Governor Newsom did not sign it. Therefore, in his veto message, he says there are local processes for altering the number of members on a county board of education, changing when local educations are held. I think Governor Newsom saw that local control of education, which is something that is dearly held and closely held by both parties, political parties, and that was being destroyed by SB 907. So this was essentially vetoed, and this press release is something that we are putting forth and passing as a board. I want to thank the past executive committee, Lisa Sparks and Tim Shaw, for leading the effort, and for Mary Barkey and the previous executive committee members for going up to Sacramento and lobbying against this ill-conceived bill that really is not good for the people. Thank you. I'll make the motion to secure this resolution.
I'll second.
And second, any further comments? Tim, Lisa, George?
I'd like to thank Governor Newsom. As I stated before, this was Josh Newman's attempt to do an end around the voters of Orange County. He should be ashamed of himself. Thank you, Governor Newsom, for vetoing that bill.
Lisa, Tim, Mary? Okay, very good.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm sure it was because of the very articulate and charismatic and persuasive testimony offered at the committee meetings. By Dr. Sparks, of course. But no, I want to add also, I want to thank the governor for, as he said in his message, it was a very unusual precedent he'd be setting at the state level to do this. So that, we've had our disagreements with the governor before, but we want to acknowledge when he does something right. So thank you to Governor Newsom.
All right. And the California School Board Association was also opposed to this because they did see the precedent that was would have been set, and it would have been a bad precedent. Okay, any other further comment? Barring none, we do have a motion, a second. Daru, roll call.
Trustee Valdez?
Yes.
Trustee Barkey?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, moving on to the last part of our meeting before adjournment. We have communications information discussion. And good Superintendent, are you leading that discussion?
I am. So we're going to bring up a laptop real quick so I can give you a quick. Are we at my report already?
It can be, yes.
Oh, Renee, was this your section, the communication information discussion?
Actually, yeah, it's in their folder. Well, it's actually in the packet, so they just need to receive it. And then before that, we had boardroom modernization, which I think was Trustee Valdez's, and so he has that on his slide.
Oh, we're going to do that now?
Well, it actually is, yeah.
Let's go ahead and do that now.
Yeah.
Okay. So a little bit of background.
It's on this slide right here.
Okay, so I think it was after our last board meeting. It was a couple of days. I went to a city council meeting in Orange, where there was a big uproar because Orange had canceled their crossing guards program. And so I was asked by multiple members of my constituency to speak at that meeting, and I did. And one of the things that I noticed at their meeting was how they run their meeting. And I'm always looking for ways to better the audience experience here. And one of the things I noticed, for example, is that they had a speaker timer on the screens so that when someone is speaking, that speaker timer is green, then it turns to yellow, then it turns to red. Instead of this sort of $10 Amazon toy that we have up here, I think it would be more, it would behoove us, to professionalize the presentation of our meetings with a speaker timer on the screens. The other thing that I noticed was that they have their motions on screen for the public to review. So the agenda items, I don't know, I sent Renee some other pictures. Okay, so that's just an agenda item that I saw, and the public could review those agenda items with us while the meeting is going on. And then going back to that last set of pictures, the motion, the second is presented for the public with the resolution of the motion on the screen. So I thought there were a lot of aspects of the way the Orange City Council ran their meeting that I think we should try and emulate. Emulate is a great form of flattery as far as I'm concerned. I will say this, though. If you look at the picture, that picture, you'll see that the city council members have this big computer screen in front of them. That's one thing here that I would like to try and avoid. I thought that because they had that computer screen in front of them, a lot of them were focused on the computer screen and not the audience and not each other. So I felt that, the meeting was a little bit disconnected in that way. So I would like to, try and avoid like some big computer screen here that we're just punching in because I like the engagement with the audience and the connection that we have here and to each other when we're able to talk, once a month like we do. So there's some aspects of this that I think were really good. The computer screens I would really try and avoid, but we should try and create a better experience for the public, that comes down here.
I would support that. Yeah. It's a lot of work for you to do.
Well, I am told we have this state-of-the-art crack staff media department that sits in that booth back there. So I'm kind of hoping that they would take some of these elements and employ them during our meetings.
Yeah, and we delegated to our good Renee.
Well, I was going to share with Trustee Valdez is that we will check with Orange, but I'm assuming they use an online board agenda, which is where this data is coming from. So that would be something we could bring up again for the board to look at is, there's multiple software. And so it's easier to manage the board documents when it's all in an online platform. That's not something the board has actually been that interested in the past, I think. So that's something to look at also. But yes, we will definitely see what they're using and see what we can do.
I would support that.
Okay.
Very good. Any other comments, Tim, Lisa, Mary? Nope. Okay.
Yeah, I would just comment, I'm about to go dark. So if I go dark, I go dark. I'm running out of juice.
Okay. Thank you for defining that darkness.
I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who helped facilitate my participation remotely, and I'm going to have to do it again next month. My darn work is making me travel here and there, but so I'm going to not see you guys in person for quite a while, but I'm going to be in Boston next month, so I'll look forward to zooming into that meeting.
Very good. Okay, thank you, Tim and Lisa. And Lisa, if your power runs out, we understand. Okay.
Okay.
Good Superintendent, you're going to present a little something here for us. Oh.
All right, yes, I am. So I had the opportunity to share this 100-day plan with our 28 grade superintendents, as well as our access principals, and I'd like to share it with you. I've also shared it with our charter community. Believe it or not, I'm coming up to my 100 days in office. So let me share. Thank you. So in the 100 days that I've been in office, I've really just done lots of listening tours to gather lots of information and data. And I've engaged many, many people. Like I said, I had lunch or breakfast with the 28 superintendents. I've met with many folks on our staff, probably 75% of the folks, and just so that I could gather information. Also, within that time, I was able to institute a educational partner survey. We gave out our survey to all of our educational partners, which include 28 districts, charter schools, private schools, just across the county, to get their thoughts on how our service and support, how they're experiencing that. So we're going to share a little bit about that this evening. And for the first time in many, many years, we are in the middle of doing an internal culture and climate survey and assessment. So we're nearly done with that. I think the window's open this week, and then I'll be glad to share that data with you at our next, once we disseminate it at one of our future board meetings. Okay? So here's what our educational partners say. Over 700 educational partners took the survey in a span of 3 weeks. That's pretty darn good. I know our Ed Services team, along with our continuous improvement team, worked very hard to get this out to our educational partners. Now, remember, we want a 3 or 4, agree and strongly agree. So as you can see, these are the results of our respondents. We're pretty darn proud that there is generally a positive perception of Orange County Department of Education. One thing we want to work on is this last one, which is that does OCDE personnel understand the needs of my organization? That scored, we say almost a B, and so we are aware of that, and actually that's going to play into what I'm going to talk about next. They're basically asking, do we empathize for their work? Can we empathize for their work? All right, so keep that in mind. Here is now we sent in the same survey, we wanted to get their perception on each of our divisions. And this is how our divisions rank in terms of what our partners say. So in general, the theme is that OECD's educational partners are satisfied with the services provided by each division. Now we have a couple divisions that we really are going to make a priority, and you're going to see in my plan plan for us to address those areas. All right. So all of that data has come in, all to then develop what we call at the cabinet level a 5-3-1 strategic plan. 5-3-1 means we have 5 key initiatives, which I'll go over real quick, 3 support objectives for our stakeholders or educational partners, and then 1 big audacious goal. So let's go over each of those real quick. In our 5 key initiatives, this is just a preview. We're going to get more community input in terms of how we unfold these initiatives. So that's why I said preview. So first is fostering emotional intelligent leadership. This has been in business since the 70s and 80s. Healthcare industry is this idea that we lead from the heart and we lead with empathy. Because when we do that, people are happy in the organization and they produce great outcomes. And so we believe the same thing should occur in our department. So we've developed a plan in which all of our managers will be going through a 2-day EQ training and then follow up after that. And then we're going to then implement it across our classified and certificated staff, which then we'll offer to our educational partners if they want to opt into one of these trainings. The next initiative is around enhancing CTE with an inclusion focus. We do a great job with career technical education in our department. We support many districts with CTE, but I want to do it with the lens of an inclusion focus, meaning that if you look at unemployment rates, the unemployment rate for the most vulnerable, which are disabled, foster, homeless, incarcerated, juvenile courts, that is 250% greater than the unemployment rate for the rest of us. So therefore, only 1 out of 5 people in the workforce are represented by that most vulnerable population that we serve at the Orange County Department of Education. And so that's going to be a focus in our department, is how can we increase the opportunities for the most vulnerable in the workforce. Then integrating AI in education. I know that this board brought that up a couple of board meetings ago, and then last board meeting. We believe that it's very important in addressing this, being ahead of this, and being pioneer in how we implement AI in education and business. We're already looking into creating an AI server to help our business and administration aspect of the work. And then we're going to, hopefully with the support of this board and community, come up with some responsible and ethical ways to deliver AI. And of course, ensuring school safety is utmost important for us as a department. But what this means is that we need more communication and coherence among the different systems in Orange County. For instance, during the pandemic, the 28 superintendents, along with the Department of Ed, did a very good job communicating with one another. But we have other educational partners in the community that we need to align communication with should there be a big, crisis in the county. And so we're going to really look into ways to create systems in which there is a command center that we can disseminate information quickly to our educational partners. And then I brought this up as an initiative for me, which is really being able to fund innovation. Our districts have innovative projects, which we feel we can support them with funding. So we're going to look into different ways in which we could do that. So those are 5 initiatives. oh, I don't know, well, we lost a slide, but there were 3 supporting goals. That's the 3 supporting goals. Those are goals, those are objectives in which we will support our educational partners like districts, charter schools, and other educational partners in the county. Ways we do that, we provide them legal services, legislative support, financial support, fiscal oversight support. And then the one big audacious goal, this is the one, this is access. I want to take this opportunity as being the new superintendent is to reimagine our vision around access. Did you know we used to be number 1, number 2 across the country actually in providing a program like this? We were well renowned in terms of how we serve our most vulnerable population through an alternative education pathway. And so we've seen enrollment drop. We've seen challenges in the past year or 2. And now it's time for us to reimagine vision. And so what does that mean? What it means is that we seek input. I've already scheduled all of my principals. We sat down just a couple of days ago. We've scheduled a meeting with every single staff to get their input and collaboration on what access could look like and where do we want to take it. And then, as you know, we're working on the ethnic study curriculum with our access staff. All of this so we can just continuously improve this program as a viable support and service for our 28 districts. It's very important for me that we reimagine access and that this becomes, again, the number 1 program in the nation. It is a big deal to me. And it's funny because before I came on, I mean, there was word on the street, oh, Dr. V wants to get rid of access. That makes no sense. I 100%. These are kids that resonate with me because I've experienced much of what they're experiencing right now in this vulnerable population. I would never get rid of access. And so this is a very important project for me. All right. One thing I want to share with you is that we've launched what we called a radial org chart. You know, systems across our districts, we have a hierarchical org chart. So does Orange County Department of Ed. In different divisions, we have all these hierarchies. Well, we've decided as a cabinet that we must symbolize to our community that we do this collaboratively. So if you go to our website, if anybody goes to our website and they say, well, okay, let's see who really supports our educational service. On the website, you could just click on it and boom, oh, it didn't work. All right. It will pop up to that slide. And then on that slide, you'd be able to click on each of these, and it'll take you to the part of the website that actually shares with you what that particular division does. And it's a remarkable product because, or interface, because what it allows our public to know is that we all work together on behalf of our almost 500,000 students across Orange County. And we do it together. And it's an easy navigation tool for any of our educational partners to come in and say, well, I need legal service support. And then if you click on it, it'll go to the legal service slide. It's actually it's functioning right now on the website. Maybe not here on the PowerPoint, but on the website, if you clicked on that, it'd go to this. And then people would get to see who is in the legal service unit. All right. So we're really excited about this as we reimagine our new website. Those types of things will really resonate with the public. It's a beautiful picture of Orange County, by the way. So this, we're really excited. One circle in there is that we're going to add, but we didn't want to add it until we talked to this group. How would you like us to put your circle in this format? All right. I'm always about making sure we address these things with the people before we make a decision on it. Okay, so we'd love your input on how you would like to see yourselves in this org chart for the Orange County Department of Education. So
one of those circles?
Yeah, I know, but where? Do you want it as?
Well, I don't think that matters.
Okay. And you guys, and each of your names, your contacts, emails will be on that in that slide.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Excellent. And then I'll just close up with what's going to happen after 100 days and beyond. Well, I'll continue building relationships. I think that this is my most favorite part of this job, is just building relationships with the many countless individuals and groups of individuals that service our students. And so we'll continue building strong relationships. We'll continue building transparency by communicating. As you know, we'll just be transparent with the public. There's nothing, nothing not to be transparent about, frankly. We'll engage, again, not only our staff, but our public in terms of this work. And then we'll continue, of course, providing services and supports. So that's the work that we will continue doing, and just wanted to make sure that you had any questions answered as we do this work together.
Looks great.
Yep.
Yep,
I love it.
impressive. Yep.
I am always impressed by your leadership, sir.
Thank
By
you.
your frankness, by the statement that you lead and serve by the heart.
Yeah.
I think that is so profound. And in my 29 years here, I so appreciate your leadership, your vision, and being inclusive of everybody.
That's right.
And your transparency, really
your
letting us know
transparency.
what's going on.
Yes,
Love
ma'am.
that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much, sir. Renee, you have an announcement.
First thing is that our next board meeting is November 6th, and so the submission deadline is October 23rd. Packet delivery will be November 1st. And just as a reminder for November, the office is closed on November 28th and 29th for Thanksgiving. Thank you. Now you gave my note. Okay. And then I have a charter school update. So next month you will receive your formal charter update on all of the charters within Orange County. We have had a couple items that have come up in the recent weeks, and so some of them were actually stimulated by phone calls from the charters requesting some, or trying to see what their cash was at the treasurer. So I just want to give you a heads up about that. Unity, we have issued a notice of concern, which is in your packet. And so that one is probably the most concerning to us. They have some, not only do they continue to have large volumes of debt, they're actually at the point where they have serious cash issues also, which is when it becomes very serious. And so just to let you know, we had started really in July and August with them because their budget was optimistic, which we've seen before. And so we had asked them for their first day enrollment. So they had originally budgeted for 75 students enrolled. As of the 60th day, they have 60 students. They have a much lower ADA to enrollment number than most of our charters. They're like at 82%, I believe. I think our staff was a little concerned when they did their oversight visit. They had even less students than they were saying they had. So we're like, well, where are they? Because there was only 39 students actually there that day. So on September 23rd, they actually called to inquire about how much money was in the treasury, and that kind of started our ball rolling quite a bit. So we have had numerous conversations with them. Dr. Bean, myself, and Mr. Rowland have met and have talked to their back office provider, and so you will hear more information about that. But that was one we have a very serious concern. We were told yesterday that they have received another loan for the cash flow part so they can make their payroll. So that you'll hear more information on. We were going to do a notice of concern for Explorer, which is mostly just because it's a new startup charter, and so they always have cash flow issues. And so they had called also to ask about cash. And so for them, though, they actually did receive a state revolving fund loan, and then they actually did get their, what they call the PENSEC, which is for an expanding charter or a new charter. They received almost $679,000 this week, and so that will get them out of the cash flow issue, and we believe they'll be fine. That's just a normal startup for them. Sure. That wasn't a longer term concern, and so, but you will hear all of the updates at the next meeting, and so we can kind of talk about what you'd like to see on the next steps for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me about Unity. When I went to visit them 6 months ago, they were, of course, very optimistic and had a lot of enthusiasm that they would be able to succeed, but this information is somewhat expected, not a surprise. And I'd rather be ahead of the game here, and we'll be talking with the executive committee, Mr. Rowland and Superintendent Bean and you about this.
Yeah, and Dr. Bean, they've actually scheduled a meeting to try and see if we could give some guidance and advice also. So we are trying to be very proactive in it, but I just wanted you to understand the severity of it at this point.
Yeah. How many more years is that charter active before they come up for renewal?
I think they actually have a couple of years.
Like 2 years?
Yeah.
So I remember during the pandemic and that charters were given a moratorium on their renewals. And so some of them maybe go closer to 10 years without a renewal.
Yeah. We may have to be somewhat proactive and make decisions that are going to be difficult.
I think we need to talk about what our authority is.
Yeah, we're still, we will have that.
Yeah,
next
we will
meeting.
have that, and it actually is spelled out in law, so I'm sure Mr. Rowland can help with that. There's statutes written to steps you take also.
Yeah, we're not prepared to talk about it today. It's not on the agenda. This is just an FYI.
It's just an FYI, right?
Anything else, Renee? Very good. Going back to my board members, any comments, committee reports, there's nothing in legislation going on.
Well, actually, Dr. Williams, if I might, we were talking about a bill introduced by Congresswoman Michelle Steele, and I'm all traveling and discombobulated. Do you remember that bill number, Mary, by chance?
Is it like 1284 or something like that?
It sounded like the kind of bill, though, I think our board would want to maybe take a position on. And I'm sorry I didn't put it all together, but perhaps
Is it the one for federal funding for charter facilities? Is that it?
I thought it was very specific around parents' rights. Is that how you remember it, Mary? Well,
yeah.
we did have, I'm sorry I didn't bring it with me on my trip and I don't remember the bill number or anything, but we'll try to get information on that. I think it would be worthy of putting on our next agenda. So there is a good bill in Congress that I wanted to draw our attention to next time, I guess.
Tim, if I can recommend, if you want to put that on the agenda, remember we're in a shortened time period here. And if you can give us the background on that, if you want to make it an action item, a resolution, or whatever you want to do. Just remember, we only have a few weeks before the next meeting.
Got it.
So, Tim, it's Equitable Access to School Facilities Act. That's the one I was talking about. That's a bill that was introduced by Michelle Steele.
Great.
But I think the one you're talking about might be different.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
I'll have to.
There might be two. So we'll have some, hopefully we can get it together for our next meeting. And I remember feeling excited about it, but then I didn't follow up because I was traveling, but we'll let you know.
Very good. Thank you, Tim. Any other comments from my board members? Okay, we do have closed session public report that will be given by Mr. Jonathan Brenner.
Board President Williams, Board Vice President Barkey, members of the board, and Superintendent Bean, good evening. Pleasure to be with you. This is the report out for closed session items 1 through 3. Items 2 and 3 were held and a discussion occurred with council. On item number 1, General Counsel to the board and to the superintendent, Greg Rowland, recused himself, did not participate in the discussion or attend. And a discussion was held with council as to closed session item number 1. The only action taken by the board was to approve Epstein Becker Green invoice numbers 1174122 and 1174123. And that will conclude the report out for the closed session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brenner. Before I call for adjournment, any other comments by my board members? I want to thank Tim, and it looks like Lisa's power went out, And I want to thank you all for being here tonight and for the guests who are here. May God bless you, and we see you November 6th. Wow. Okay, this meeting is adjourned.